YouTube. Hello over on Facebook. Good evening. Get ready to start Bigo in just a second. Okay. My Bluetooth is connected. And I can click go live. And then go to that, go to that, and we're good. Okay. Good evening, Bigo. Get started here in just a moment. Feed my dino. Okay. So, sorry. Welcome to everybody that's come in. The rules for coming up on the panel are pinned above the chat. You must be 21 or older, and you must state your pronouns before requesting. Anyhow, this is an LGBTQ plus safe space. Please be respectful. Our pronouns are she, her, as you can see. Let's see what else. We're not going to have any disrespect tonight. Any disrespect will get you kicked out of the room. Tonight's topic is going to be about the LGBTQ representation within Hollywood. And when did it actually start? Let's get my music going in the background. All my sacred sounds. It was really hot today. I think it hit 114 degrees Fahrenheit. So, how's everybody doing? Okay. First one that has not been able to follow the rules for requesting to come up. 2 people. Okay. I'm reading the chat. So the rule for coming up on the panel is right above the chat. You must state that you're over 21 and you must state your pronouns. Otherwise you will not come up. This is not speed dating. Okay. So if you're trying to date me, either send it in a direct message or just don't say anything in the chat. Because if you say anything in the chat, you will be kicked out. This is a safe space for everyone in the LGBTQ plus community. It's where we can come together and chat. If you're willing to learn, ask your questions. Like I said, if you want to come up on the panel, you must state how old you are and you must state your pronouns. Be checking to see if you follow the rules. If you don't follow the rules, you will not come up. So over on YouTube and Facebook, tonight's topic is going to be on representation of the LGBTQ plus community within television and movies. When was the first time? And it's easily Googled. first movie that had a lesbian character was in 1929. And it was called Pandora's Box. Hello to everybody who has joined. So the rules for coming up on the panel are pinned above the chat. You must be 21 or older. And you have to state your pronouns. And you have to state your age, and you have to state your pronouns. If you don't do either, you cannot come up to the panel. Also, this is not a dating room. If you want a dating room, there's other rooms you can go to. Okay, you're 31. So what's your pronouns? I gave examples. Okay. How are you doing? Hanging in there. It was a hot day. I think it actually hit 114 degrees today. Yeah, it is. I mean, it's not too bad if you can stay in the shade, but where I live, only one side of the house is in the shade all day. So, right. Yeah, I'm supposed to have a food delivery on Friday, and hey Jupiter. Yeah, I'm supposed to have a food delivery on Friday, and the person who delivers the food, they always put it where they're not supposed to put it. I have delivery instructions right on the label. Please put by front door. Okay? and the front door stays in the shade all day. Okay? But whoever it is that wants to deliver the food, they always put it on the garage side, which sits in the sun almost all day long. Yes. I've had I've had to throw out 6 boxes of food because it was unedible. Well, the company, I've already told the company several times. I've sent them pictures. Um, I told them, I said, if it keeps up, they're getting sued, and so is the delivery company. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, I don't have to worry about medical bills, but you know, I can. For small claims court, you can take them to small claims court. You can sue them for up to $5,000, but it's up to the court to expand on that. Okay, so if they want to give like pain and suffering or other, that's up to the court to do. Right. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Hey Jupiter, what do you think of my cup? Let's see if I can get it. There we go. Yes. Thank you. It is. Uh, Jupiter, I think Rebel, let's see, tonight's Thursday night. Rebel should be showing up tonight. I don't know what time though, but Rebel should be showing up tonight. Yes, Jupiter. Let me look at this message from from. I gotta find the message now. Okay. He said the best days that work for him are Thursday through Saturday. So, yeah, we should see him tonight. Yeah, that's one of my admins that should be showing up sometime tonight. Jupiter is my other admin, and she's just as mean as I am. She's just as Jupiter is just as mean as I am. You say I'm meaner? Oh wow! I resemble that remark. Everybody needs to remember that I'm a Gemini, so I can be sweet as can be. I can. What's up, Jupiter? One special word that I would like the world to say in my name. Hmm. I would have to say that would be biatch. Thank you for the gift, the duck box. That's understandable. Well, anyway, the topic for tonight. Let me pull that back up. Okay, the topic for tonight. Come on. It deleted what I wanted to do. Okay. Woohoo! There we go. Oh wow, look at that. Yeah. So, in television and movies, um, the first LGBTQ plus character in either film or movies was, I can't recall her name, but it's a German name, so I would probably mess it up anyway. But it was in 1929. It was a lesbian uh, movie called Pandora's Box. All the way back in 1929. The first TV show that had a gay character was in 1971. It was in 1971, and it was an episode of All in the Family. Lanio, you're about to go. Boom. Exactly. Okay. I'm being a nice person right now. The rules for coming up on the panel are very simple. They're pinned to the top of the chat. You must state that you're over 21 and you must state your pronouns. And I give an example. If you cannot do that, you will get booted out of the room. Okay? Simple rules. Okay? This is not a dating room. If you want a dating room, there's other rooms that you can go to. And disrespect will not be tolerated. There's zero tolerance for it. Whether it's in the chat or if you are able to come up to the panel, if you disrespect, you're gone. This is a safe space for the LGBTQ plus community. And tonight's topic is about LGBTQ plus characters in either movies or on TV. It's been a hot day here. King Kong, you're about to go in about 5, 4, 3. Yep. How am I? I currently cooling off. It was 114 degrees Fahrenheit here today. Wow, 313 people in the room. Woohoo! Okay. We're going to have fun here in just a few moments because a bunch of you are going to be kicked out of the room. Because it looks like my room is getting spammed. Looks like we got a spam bot. So, yeah, we have a spam bot. Wow. We have a spam bot. So what I'm going to be forced to do is alright, let me go to viewers. Okay. We're about to hit that. Oh, we hit over 1,000. 11, 8, and all of these are spammers. Spam bots. I didn't run a lottery, so alright. Jupiter, I know you can't keep up because of the spam bots. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to close down the live and come back in just a few moments. that was crashing my room with the spam bot. And nobody could get a word in edgewise. So hopefully we won't get spammed again. I'm okay, I'm cooling down. A little annoyed that I got hit by a spam bot. Hello, Tara. Hopefully I don't get spammed again. The rules for coming up on the panel are pinned to the top of the chat. You must state that you're 21 or above, and you must state your pronouns. Otherwise, you will not come up. Okay, Jupiter, that was overwhelming, wasn't it? That was a lottery? I didn't run a lottery. Okay. Well, who ran the lottery? Because it wasn't me. Oh, okay. Well, let me know ahead of time. How's... Give me a heads up next time. Yeah, I think I hit like 1,200 people in the room at one time. At least that's what the number was. Okay. That's fine. We just have to give him a heads up first so he doesn't go crazy. Let's see if I can get a hold of him. all my messages here to find his information. Do it the easy way. Okay. All right. You want donuts? Okay, I just sent him a message. So So the topic for tonight is LGBTQ plus characters in a movie or on television. Cool. Now the first movie to feature a lesbian character was in 1929 and was called Pandora's Box. Pandora's Box was in 1929. Let's see. The first notable suggestion of homosexuality on film was in 1895. The first leading lady to kiss another female on screen was Marlene Dietrich, and that was in 1922. Well, actually, that was in, let's see, I'll correct that. That was in 1930s Morocco. Before that, there was in the movie Manslaughter in 1922. Let's see. And of course, you know, the religious people got involved, and that kind of settled that down. Now there was a stage play that was released as a film in 1936 called The Children's Hour. The stage play contained a storyline of two teachers being accused of having a lesbian affair. And then again, that was in 1936. Then there was let's see, what year is that? Okay. Sean Griffin, author of Tinkerbells and Evil Queens. The Walt Disney Company, from the inside out, said Disney's cartoon Ferdinand the Bull from 1939 is not necessarily gay, but is definitely queer. Nico Lang of Harper's Bazaar said Disney's 1941 film, The Reluctant Dragon, is extremely queer if it's not necessarily gay. So, even the Disney company got involved in doing LGBTQ plus characters way back when. And everybody thinks Disney is such a wholesome company. But they've always been a supporter of the community. Just talking about movies and TV that contain characters of LGBTQ plus characters. And I just mentioned a couple of them from the Disney production. I'm going to mention a few more here in a second. Take my glasses off for a second. The first time, let's see, prior to Hays Code, the first time that there was in 1915, Charlie Chaplin's A Woman. Charlie Chaplin dressed as a woman and played with the affections of men. Let's see, the movies that had at least one LGBTQ plus character. A Florida Enchantment, 1914. Mabel's Blunder, 1914. Charlie's Aunt, 1915. Morocco in 1930. Queen Christina in 1933, Wonder Bar in 1934, Sylvia Scarlett in 1936, I Was a Male War Bride, 1949, Glenn or Glenda in 1953, Some Like It Hot in 1959. The censorship code that came into place, which kind of cut down on that. there's been LGBTQ plus characters for a long time in motion pictures and on television. So, in the 50s and 60s, 1950s and 1960s, there was a lot of censorship going on. So a lot of things got put on the wayside. Anyway, take a look here and see how many people have requested to come up without putting their age or pronouns. Well, right now, currently, there's only one. Okay. For the rules for the coming up on the panel, you must state your age, above 21. You must state your pronouns before requesting. That rule is posted above the chat. You must be 21 plus, and you must state your pronouns before coming up. This is a fun topic tonight. Yes, that's what I was saying. And the actual pronouns would be she, her, but that's fine. Yeah, beautiful 420. That's the age, and saying female is, you know, is one thing, but a pronoun, and I give an example, she, he, they, you know, I'll get back to reading about LGBTQ plus characters in movies and TV here shortly. I have to give my voice a little bit of a break. And my eyes a break too. I'll be having cataract surgery coming up here sometime this month. I have to look at my schedule. They're gonna do, I think, my right eye first, if I'm not mistaken. Excuse me, sorry. Okay. Not unless you follow the rules. Rules are right at the top of the chat. reason why I set the rules for the chat is to keep people from coming up and wanting to date. This is not a dating room. This is an LGBTQ plus safe space. If you wish to date somebody, you should direct message them. So where are you from, Hot MAGA? Freslin, you're about to go. This is not a dating room. And excuse me, I'll reiterate that this is not a dating room. This is a safe space for anybody in the LGBTQ plus community. If you want to try to date somebody, you direct message them. You don't put the stuff out in the chat. Definitely do not disrespect me or anybody else. And the rules for coming up on the panel are pinned right down there. You must state that how old you are, because you got to be above 21, and you have to state your pronouns. And I give an example. If you request to come up on the panel without following the rules for requesting to come up on the panel, I will kick you out of the room. I did not see that, Sophia, because the chat is rolling really fast on my side. It goes real slow, and then it goes zoom. It's like, so if you could repeat um, your age and your pronouns. Let's see. Jupiter's going to come up. Hopefully. Okay, Sophia. Do 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 do. Let's see. Hello. How are you? I I'm okay. It was a hot day, so it was 114 degrees Fahrenheit here today. Oh. Well, it's 11:17 p.m. here. And yes. Yeah, it's a yeah, well, I come on, yeah, it's past 11. I come online at like 10 p.m. my time, and then I end the live at about 2 a.m. and uh, then I head to bed. After I get a couple hours. After, thank you. Okay. Oh no, I still got what, 2 hours to go. Hey, Jupiter, I thought you wanted to come up. No, I was talking to my admin. I knew at a young age that I was a girl on the inside. So I guess I was around probably about 6 or 7 years old. But I didn't officially come out. Um, officially come out until like 2003, because where I was living on the East Coast of the United States, it was not very safe to come out for the longest time. Now, some parts of the world I know is uh, people in the LGBTQ community can face death penalty, right? So, what country are you in? Okay. I'm in the USA. I consider myself, well, I live in the state of California, so most of the time when somebody asks me where I'm at, where I live, I just tell them California, because you know, yeah, yeah, and there's a lot of people in this country that if they had their way, we would have the same rules as like Nigeria, Ghana, and stuff like that. You know, and they're trying to do it, but you know, the whole community as a whole, if we stay unified, you know, unity is strength. So, and using that strength, then we can get favorable laws for us. But it's when we're fractured is when the conservative people, the religious right, um, get to control. They control things because we're not unified. So, what was that? So, I think there's a language thing going on here. Oh, this is not a vape. It's called a boom boom stick, and it's all natural herbs, and it helps my sinuses, stay clear. Yeah, and it's all natural. It's it's all natural. So I smoke cigarettes, but I'm trying to quit. I have another inhaler. It's supposed to help me quit smoking. So smoking is a bad habit. I'm trying to quit. I need to. Don't start because it's a terrible habit. Because once you thank you for the duck box. Yeah, if you need help with like anxiety, there are natural plants that will help you with that. You don't need to have cigarettes to calm you down. I mean, you can research it, but there's natural plants, herbals that can help with calming you down. Yeah, you're welcome. Is there a special someone in my life? No. So, anyhow, um, I need to take a quick break, so I'm gonna drop you down. If I can click on it. Okay, I'm gonna take a really quick break. Everybody, just bear with me. still here. Let me look at this for a second. Okay, military man. You have to follow the rules to come up on the panel, and the rules are posted above the chat. And I will be back in just a moment. Do. Back to you in just a second. Let me turn my camera back on. Just to let you know that I'm here. Just give me a moment. Okay. Alrighty. Jason, I've told people before that I don't follow everybody back. And the best way to let me know that you followed me is to send a DM. Because it's easier to see who has followed me. Thank you, Jupiter. Now that I'm back, the rules for coming up on the panel are pinned to the top of the chat. Okay. You must state that your age above 21, and you must state your pronouns in order to be brought up. It's a simple rule. Okay, you can do it. I like that. Thank you for the dino. Thank you for the duck box. Bernard, you're about to go. I appreciate the duck box, but you're about to go. This is not a dating room. I appreciate the compliment, Thomas. If you follow me, you have to send me a DM to let me know that you followed me. Otherwise, a lot of follows will get missed. I thought you were going to start the lotto, Jupiter, or have you started it? Room numbers 150s, so I guess you haven't started it yet. There's Jupiter again. Steve, you're about to go. Kind of hard to fix a car when you have no money to fix it with. So, okay, no problem. There we go. Anyway, let me go back to the, the topic at hand. Okay, while the lottery is running. So, let's see where I leave off. I left off with. I was getting ready to talk about the next set of films or TV shows that has at least one LGBTQ character. Let's see. There was one movie that had homosexual themes almost completely removed. So this is the 1958 film adaptation of Cat on the Hot Tin Roof. An early example of homoeroticism in American film was 1957's The Strange One. Now, the censorship code was relaxed a little bit after 1961, and the next year William Wyler remade a more faithful adaptation of The Children's Hour with Audrey Hepburn and Shirley MacLaine. The movie Advice and Consent in 1962 depicted a married senator who was being blackmailed over a wartime homosexual affair, and was the first mainstream American movie to show a gay bar. Now, the film Lawrence of Arabia in 1962 widely seen as one of the best films ever created, was revolutionary for depicting not only a character who is heavily implied to be gay, but also implying a relationship between two men. And let's see. The first American film to use the word homosexual was The Best Man in 1964. Brock Peters played one of the first especially homosexual characters in an American film in The Pawnbroker in 1964. Inside Daisy Clover, 1965, was based on a novel of the same name, was another early example to depict an expressly gay or bisexual character. Homosexuality began to become more prominent in films such as Reflections in a Golden Eye, 1967, The Detective, The Legend of Lila Claire, and The Sergeant in 1968, The Killing of Sister George, also in 1968. Now, following the 1969 Stonewall riots in New York City, and from the gay liberation movement, Hollywood began to look at gay people as a possible consumer demographic. And it was also in the 1970s that some anti-gay laws and prejudicial attitudes changed through the work of an increasingly visible LGBT rights movement. Let's see what just popped up on my screen. Something just popped up on the screen. Ooh, that was an upgrade reward. Thank you. Woohoo. And alright. Completed a bean task. Alright. Okay, so where was I? I think I lost my page. 1970, The Boys in the Band was the first attempt of Hollywood to market a film to gay consumers and present an honest look at what it meant to be gay or bisexual male in the United States. Okay. Fortune and Men's Eyes, 1971, was co-produced by MGM, dealt with the issue of homosexuality in prison. Let's see, you had Something for Everyone, 1970, Cabaret, 1972, A Very Natural Thing, 1973, Ode to Billy Joe in 1976. And then there was a gap in time. Early Frost, 1985. Parting Glances, 1986. Longtime Companion, 1989. The movie Philadelphia, 1993. And those movies dealt with the AIDS pandemic. After that time period, so let's see, we had drag portrayals made a comeback in many films of the 1990s, notably The Birdcage, 1996, starring Robin Williams and Nathan Lane, Mrs. Doubtfire, 1993, The Adventures of Priscilla, Queen of the Desert, 1994, Tu Wong Fu, Thanks for Everything, Julie Newmar, 1995. My Roku just reset. Must have did an update. Let's see, we had in the 1991 film Beauty and the Beast, and Jafar from the 1992 film Aladdin were created by a gay animator. film, what in the world just happened? I mean, we can go back a long ways of at least a LGBTQ character in movies. Now, the first known instance of an LGBTQ plus character on television was in the 1971 episode of the sitcom All in the Family, where a character named Steve is revealed to be gay. Another notable early example is the 1972 TV movie That Certain Summer. Other early examples are An American Family in 1973, Soap in 1977, so let's see. 1973, there was an episode of the Mary Tyler Moore Show that featured an out gay man. Let's see. Why it updated while my TV was running. That was annoying. Okay. Now back to the All in the Family one in 1971. Archie Bunker's bar buddy Steve was gay, and then later in the show's run, Archie found out that Edith's cousin was a lesbian. Act up again. Okay. Now, in 1977, the show Soap, Billy Crystal played Jody Dallas, a series regular on the soap opera. The character was divisive at the time, Early plots had him wanting to become a woman. He dated several women, but ultimately was primetime TV's first gay dad. 1978, Robin Tyler was the first out lesbian on US TV in a Showtime comedy special hosted by Phyllis Diller. 1989, 30 something had recurring characters Russell and Peter and are shown in bed together. The morning after no kissing or touching was shown, and the scene generated huge attention. 1991, Rock was the first to have a gay wedding on TV. 1991, LA Law featured the first romantic lesbian kiss, even if it was a ratings ploy. 1992, One Life to Live, a soap opera. Billy Douglas, played by young Ryan Philippe, the first gay teen character on daytime TV. 1992, Roseanne. It featured one of the first openly lesbian characters on TV with the character Nancy Bartlett, played by Sandra Bernhard. 1994, My So-Called Life. That was primetime, first openly gay teen. 1994, The Real World, San Francisco. And I know I'm rambling off a lot of stuff that's way older than a lot of people have been alive. But that's cool. That's okay. I'm just showing how the LGBTQ plus community has been represented in movies and TV for a long, long time. You know. A Friends episode. At a lesbian wedding. 1997, the puppy episode of Ellen. Featured Ellen Morgan, which was played by Ellen DeGeneres, coming out as gay. 1997, Relativity. Let's see, Lisa Edelson's character, an out lesbian, Rhonda, becomes the first character to have a passionate open mouth kiss with another woman on primetime TV. 1998, Will and Grace. 1999, Dawson's Creek. 2003 had reality TV show called Queer Eye for the Straight Guy. 2004 was the start of the L Word. Let's see, we had As the World Turns in 2007. 2008, MSNBC anchor Rachel Maddow became the first openly gay anchor in primetime programming. 2009, the show Glee. 2009, All My Children had a same-sex wedding. 2012, The New Normal. 2014, Good Luck Charlie. 2014, The Orange is the New Black. Laverne Cox becomes the first openly transgender person to be nominated for an Emmy Award. 2014, The Normal Heart. And that took an Emmy for Outstanding TV Movie. 2014, Transparent. Came out on Amazon. 2014, How to Get Away with Murder. Let's see. 2015, Neil Patrick Harris became the first openly gay man to host the Academy Awards. 2015 Glee episode where Coach BS, or I guess that's what it is, comes out as transgender. The show features a fully transgender chair, or choir, I'm sorry. 2015, Transparent wins Best TV Comedy. 2015, Laverne Cox joined the cast of CBS series Doubt as a transgender attorney. 2017, Star Trek Discovery. introduced the franchise's first openly gay TV character. Let's see what else here. 2017, 2018 was Pose on FX. 2018 was Instinct. 2018 American Idol. And it featured its first drag queen contestant. 2018 Black Lightning, the CW's show. The superhero played by Nafessa Williams is a lesbian. 2018 you had Supergirl. Nicole Maines, a transgender woman and activist, plays Nia Now, aka Dreamer, the first transgender superhero on TV. Trying to get comfortable here. Oops. Come on, cooperate. There we go. 2018 Grey's Anatomy had the first out gay male surgeon and the first gay male relationship on that show. And there was 2019 Special, which had a gay man with cerebral palsy. 2019 Batwoman featured an out actress as the first lesbian superhero. 2019 MTV's Are You the One? First dating competition reality series to open an all sexually fluid cast. My tongue is twisting on me. 2020, the first thing about Harry. That's a queer character. So, been rambling on about now back to this is the first movie, and I mentioned this earlier, the first movie with a clear though brief representation of a lesbian character was in the Pandora's Box in 1929. we've had fairly steady run of LGBTQ plus characters in TV or on movies since 1929. And watching the stuff just scrolling through here. Hello, Nathaniel. So I rambled on for a good little bit. About LGBTQ plus representation within movies and TV shows. It's got a long history. A lot of people say, well, this and that, that, but I've never seen it. Well, then you're not paying attention because all of this has been out for a long, 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 long time. Well before most of us were even alive. Looks like the Rebel Punk is live over on TikTok, so I guess we will not be seeing Rebel over here tonight. thinking that I needed more than two anyway. Looking for a new admin. To add to my admins. Just to fill in the gap. You must be part of the LGBTQ plus community. Preferably from the USA. It would help if you've had admin or moderator experience before. And you would have to have a profile name. Okay, for those of you requesting to come up on the panel, the rule for the panel is pinned above the chat. If you can't follow that rule, I will ignore your request. appreciate everybody in the in the room tonight. But again, I have people requesting to come up to the panel that are not following the rules. The rule to come up on the panel is pinned at the top of the chat. I went through a lot of the history of movies and TV of having LGBTQ plus characters. This is a safe space for anybody within the LGBTQ plus community. Dry from all that talking. Where's Mary? We've gone over this before. Yeah, you're gone. The rule for coming up on the panel is pinned to the top of the chat. must be over 21 and you must state your pronouns. And the only ones that can come up without doing that are my admins. At the top of the chat is the rule for requesting to come up to the panel. I'm going to step away from the camera for a moment. Gotta stretch my legs. Be right back. just joined. For everybody to like and share my room. The rules for coming up on the panel are very simple. They're pinned to the top of the chat. If you can't follow the rule, you will not come up. Okay. I'll reiterate the rules for coming up on the panel. It is posted at the top of the chat. If you cannot follow the rules, you will be rejected. And if you request a second time, just like that person just did, you will be kicked out. Please follow my rules. And I know everybody can see that because it's pinned to the very top of the chat. Very easy to state your age and state your pronouns. You must be over 21. people requested that I didn't see them follow the rules. Rules for coming up on the panel are listed right above the chat. Very top. I'd rather have my sorry. I'd rather have my panel empty than to have people that can't follow the rules. You must be over 21 and you must state your pronouns. Otherwise, you're not coming up. Another thing, I do not tolerate disrespect in my live. My rule for coming up on the panel is pinned to the very top of the chat. You must be 21 or older. And you must state your pronouns. room is not for dating. And okay. Come on. I don't tolerate disrespect. I don't tolerate people who can't follow the rules. The rule for coming up on the panel is pinned to the very top of the chat. You must be 21 or older. You must state your pronouns. I will not tolerate disrespect towards myself or anyone else. Hate has no place here. Cannot follow the rules. Harvey cannot follow the rules. The rules for coming up on the panel are clearly posted at the top of the chat. This room is not for dating. And hate has no place here. Again, the rules for coming up on the panel are posted to the very top of the chat. If you cannot follow the rules, you will be ignored. doing okay. California. Morning to you too. For all that have joined, the rules for coming up on the panel are pinned to the very top of the chat. You must be 21 or older, and you must state your pronouns. I just kicked out somebody else who could not follow my rule. In order to request to be on the panel, you must be over 21 and you must state your pronouns. I'm actually wrapping up my day here, going into my last hour. Sorry. The rules are clearly posted at the top of the chat if you want to come on to the panel. I'd rather have an empty panel than people that cannot follow the rules of my life. those that have just joined, like and share. If you want to come up on the panel, the rules are posted at the very top of the chat. You must be 21 plus, and you must state your pronouns before requesting. Will not tolerate hate in this live. And this is not for dating. My rules for coming up on the panel are pinned to the very top of the chat. Please follow that rule. You must be over 21. You must state your pronouns. I give an example as well. Another person who cannot follow the frickin' rules. The rule for coming up on the panel is pinned to the very top of the chat. I'd rather have an empty panel than have anybody that cannot follow the rules. The very top of the chat is the rule for requesting to come up on the panel. I know it's there because I can see that it's there. Very simple rule. Rather, drink something. I would rather have an empty panel than to have people up on the panel that cannot follow the rules. Sorry. The rule for requesting to come up on the panel is pinned to the very tip top of the chat. I know it's there because I can see it. I'd rather have an empty chat than to have people that cannot follow the rules. Look right at the top of the chat box. That is the rule for coming up on the panel. A little bit better. So, if you want to come up on the panel, please follow the rules. That the rule is set at the very top of the chat. If you request to come up without following the rules, you will be ignored. Thank you for the bell. people that have joined. The rules for coming up on the panel are pinned to the very top of the chat. Those of you who have not already done so, please like and share and follow. Gifts are welcome as well. Abraham, I'm getting tired. Those of you who have just joined, the rules for coming up on the panel are pinned above the chat. If you request without giving that information, your request will be rejected. My room, my rules. Just checked and it's still there. The rules for coming up on the panel. It's pinned to the very top of the chat. everybody. I check everyone's profile before following. Those of you who just joined, the rules for coming up on the panel are pinned to the very top of the chat. I know they're there because I can see them. Everyone, yeah. Everyone who's just coming in, welcome. Please like, share, follow. The rules for coming up on the panel are pinned to the very top of the chat. Welcome back, Jupiter. to kick out a few while you were gone. It seems pretty calm. No name. Thank you for the charging card. A naughty tomato? Okay. An angry egg. I need 6 more points to make it to the next level. Lovely heart. I like that. Woohoo. Conch and a whey bottle. I'll check later. Alright, I gotta pop up. Yay! Oh, wow. so much. There she goes again. Jupiter just showing off now. Monday, look at the very top of the chat box. That's the rules for requesting to come up to the panel. I know it's there because I can see it. Not talking to you. Okay, well, I mean, reading the room. Well, I appreciate that, but better late than never. I figured you got caught up in that. Today I'm in California. I'm just like, huh? No, I'm in California. It's better to say that than admit that I'm from the USA. I went away from 1,000 followers on TikTok. Well, I've got Bigo right here, and then up on my computer screen, I've got YouTube and Facebook. Until I get the streaming key for TikTok, I can't do anything with that. And my 7-day ban on live streaming from an outside app will be up by then. Only need one more person. I mean, I could go live from their app, but but okay. Interesting. That was 9146, right? Hello. Yes. How are you doing? It's been a long night, but I'm okay. What was that? I hear you about allergies. Well, for the first 3 hours, I was doing LGBTQ plus people in film and TV. And well, I mean, it was kind of like a trivia, and nobody was really answering on the trivia. And it was like, um, now here's a trivia. I'll ask you the first trivia question. In what year was the first lesbian character in the motion picture? In what year was the first lesbian character in a motion picture? She's Googling it. She's. Okay. I'll give you a hint. It was not an American film. Somebody Googled it. Yes, it was okay. It was 1929. It was Pandora's Box, and it was a German-made film. Mm-hmm. Okay. What was the first gay character in a motion picture? And what? You don't know? I had to look. I had to look it all up, and you know. The movie was called The Dixon Experimental, and it was in 1895. Okay. Yeah. Wow, is exactly right. Now, the first erotic kiss between two members of the same sex in a film was in Cecil B. DeMille's Manslaughter, 1922. Not so much until the censorship board really got involved in everything. So, yeah, the censorship people really started censoring movies and TV in the 40s and 50s. They eased up in the 60s, then they eased up again in the 70s. And it wasn't until the 80s that it really eased up. So, but there, believe it or not, there's still censorship within Hollywood. Yes. Yeah. Okay. And what's that? Okay. So where do you get this idea from? And they've always been going in the women's bathroom. Why? 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 Go ahead. You see that? You see that? That's a zero. Zero incidences of a trans woman creating any unsafe environment in a women's restroom. Yes. Yeah. And that there's no proof of that happening. They're not going to dress up like a woman to try to go in. It's never happened before that a trans woman has ever attacked anybody in a bathroom. There's been accusations, but there's never been proof. Yes. And right now, I can't recall right offhand what uh, who it was that started the whole trans fear. But yeah, right. They're clutching their pearls, so to speak. But I'm a big advocate for tearing down that wall of segregation of the restrooms. I think that all restrooms should be all gender. If you gotta go to the bathroom, you just go to the bathroom. Alright, so she's not responding anymore, so I'm gonna drop her down. And we only got a few minutes left anyway. Yeah, right, right. Oof. Right. I don't think they were. I don't think they were at all. It's I really could. Okay. So it's only like we're in the last 5 minutes, everybody. Jupiter, like rebel. Okay. CBZ, guess what? You just earned yourself a block. Well, we got 4 minutes left, Jupiter, and the haters are gonna start coming in. And she started the lotto. Huh? What? I'm not really sure. Zoom, 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 zoom. Right. Yeah. I'm a Gemini, so observing is one of our traits. I may not catch everything, but and she kept quieting her microphone, and I don't know. She said because of allergies, but I don't know. It was a bit sus.